Trading Nation. How's everyone this morning? Mic check before I get going. And you guys hear me all right? Or should I say okay? Let's see, is my screen sharing? Okay, so thanks, Christian. So audio is good, but you guys can't see my screen, huh? Not yet. Okay. Clifton, do you have a quick, maybe a minute or two, just to see why my stream's not coming through? Actually, let me try this. Okay, trying again. I'll have to be quick again. Oh, dang it. Okay, so mixed markets this morning. You guys saw on my list, I basically am focusing on SPY, QQQs, ServiceNow. You can see I'm managing this trade. Okay, there's a little bit of lag on the feed, but it's okay. So you guys can see my my mouse, right? So on the overview. So looking at ServiceNow, I'm busy managing this trade. If you remember, I took protective puts, which are protecting me to the downside. I'm also still earning income on my covered calls that I have on this trade. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye on this today. That's my primary focus. And then secondary is Palantir. So in terms of Palantir, you can see I've already marked off the pre-market levels. I'm finding in these markets, at least for the last, 2 months, trading all pre-market ranges, all strategy has been very, very lucrative and profitable, both in terms of scalping, sniping, and I'm seeing also on the swing side. So jumping specifically into SPY, right, we see that we tapped we're nearing that golden line of resistance, right? So together with news and broader market outlook, remembering it's going to be a pretty volatile day, so choppy, super choppy, a lot of uncertainty. And so what I personally would be expecting, if I was an investor, I'd be looking at this from the perspective of reinvestment down here. So I'll start nibbling on my investment account at 684.40, right? Because we're long overdue a pullback, and at some point that's going to happen. So I've kind of drawn this line in the sand as my point of reinvestment. And what I'll then start to do, if, for argument's sake, it starts to run down even worse, all the way down to wherever the 200 EMA is, but, well, that's a long way down. But anyway, so I would be buying, DCAing all the way down to the 200 EMA. That would be my long-term strategy. But in the short term, in terms of trades for today, SPY, I personally won't be actively trading SPY with options, but I'm expecting a pullback. It's already kind of happened in the pre-market. Let's have a look at the 5-minute. Okay, that 757 support's very, very key. I'm not going to be trading that, so let's jump into Palantir, because Palantir's got an interesting story here. So Palantir, what I would be looking for, and I've actually got this queued up, I might actually trade it, is a couple of trades. So one option, right, that I'm going to be looking for is, and this is actually, let me go in order of what I expect most likely to happen. So what I'm expecting to happen is that we're probably going to push up to pre-market high, and then a strong flush down to 147. If that happens, I'm going to go short, write it down to here, okay? And then I'll consider holding runners down to 144, because if we break pre-market low, I can see us getting 144 today. And Palantir does have some headwinds in terms of news that's come out. So just keep an eye on that. And as you recall, let me share this one. We perfectly map out to what we said before, right? With our rhinos. Where are those rhinos? That should show up. Why is that not showing up? Let's see. Right, there we go. Right, remember we were all chuckling, having a good time about the two rhinos, right? We projected this. And then you saw yesterday I shorted it at the top and I wrote it down. Okay, so easy trade. Now what I'm expecting to see is a retest, because this was the break of structure, right? So the structure has to be retested. Notice where the Bollinger Band is on the daily. So what I'm expecting is a pullback down to 144, and in my view, what triggers that is this support line here, which is 150.31, right? So if we lose that, we lose pre-market low, then that would be my trade. Now, if I was a college student on a small account, right, didn't have a lot of cash perhaps, and you wanted to, you were certain that this is going to be a good trade, and you're confident based on, you know, what you're just confident in the trade based on the knowledge that you have, then I would take the trade. And what you could consider doing, there's two options. There's an at the money trade, right? Most liquid, less slippage. A little spread is going to be thinner. Because it's a day trade, I would look at a weekly option, okay, with a strike at the money. So let's say 150 strike. If you're a college student, you want to assume a little bit more risk. You could afford to lose the money. What I'd suggest then is a out of the money option because it's slightly cheaper at 144, right? Because that's the target. Higher risk, higher reward. So just bear that in mind. And then also XRP, very interesting. I don't know if we want to run through that maybe a little bit later when the market closes, but I'll run through some of my thoughts on XRP. But in terms of Now and Palantir, those are the two that I'm going to focus on the most for today. As you guys know, I like to marry myself to stocks. Dell, I've got on that list now too, CoreWeave, and then also I'm adding Marvel, right? So I'm going to be looking very closely at Marvel. I've just started charting that. Probably should have jumped in a little bit earlier, but yeah, I've got thoughts on Dell as well, but let me clear the way for Scott to jump in, and then we can talk a little bit later, guys. Yeah, so regarding Marvel, Christian, so look at the pre-market. Let's see. I think this is still going to run up quite a bit. Let's have a look. Yeah, let's have a look. Right, so we've obviously gapped up quite significantly. Let me see if I can share this quickly. Okay, so on Marvel specifically, what I've done is I've taken a fib retracement, right, to look at the levels, not an extension. And for me personally, I'd probably I mean, I think this is going to run up even more today, but have a look at the weekly overextension here in terms of the RSI, right? The MACD is pulling away, but we don't really have a hyperextension yet. Even though the Bollinger Band has expanded significantly, that's of course because of the volume we saw yesterday. Now, I'd like to see a continuation of this, and I think we probably would get that today, given that effectively what's happened in the market recently and based on the news regarding Dow. So, yeah, I would also like to see a pullback, pullback entry safest. Gosh, man, this is a challenging one. I'd probably say like about, I'd stick to the pre-market ranges. If we lose pre-market, come back down to like 290, I'd probably start looking there. But that would be a swing trade as opposed to a day trade. So I'll be going long off of that. But I'll keep an eye on it. I don't have any depth analysis on technical analysis on Marvel. I'll work on that and give you guys a more detailed updates. Or more hard, shall I say.
Traders, top of the morning to everybody, and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a beautiful, what is today? Wednesday, middle of the week, hump day. How can you forget that? And lots of stuff going on this morning. Hopefully everybody's having a great morning, as I am, as I start to head out of town. And Justin is going to be leading you for the day today. I'll stick on for the first couple of minutes here, get through the commentary this morning, and then peel off and head out. Hopefully everybody's doing well. Futures down a little bit this morning. We'll discuss that and more as we get into the day. We'll start off with Asia in the overnight session, where we saw the Nikkei rise 1,668 points, up 2.5% again. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 405. Shanghai and China up 9 points. Europe still in session right now. German DAX down 216. FTSE in the UK down 19. And the CAC 40 in Paris down 26. this morning. So you've got, when you combine it with Asia, you've got two markets up, which are in Asia, the Nikkei and the Shanghai. Four markets down, putting pressure on our futures here in the US of A, and that's exactly what we have. Dow futures down 202, NASDAQ futures up, bucking the trend, up 23.5, and the S&P 500 E-minis are down 16 this morning. Oil's up $1.53 per barrel to 95.29 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, gold's down another $27, 44.92.90, now under $4,500. And if you're looking at crypto this morning, well, Bitcoin's got a bid. It's up $116.48. It was below 67,000. Now it's above 67,073.11 per coin. Ether's down 29.43 to 1873.62 per coin. Solana's down. Doge is up. XRP is up. And Trump in the news saying Iran agreed to not have nuclear weapons, but they can't. But they can change their mind. I'm sure, like anybody, right? Private payrolls. Here's the big one. Private payrolls grew by 122,000 in May, and that's stronger than expected. They were expecting up 105 in April, and they were consensus estimate for 110. So 122 is a real nice number here in private payroll number, increasing jobs out there. And then that is it this morning as we get into the day today. A lot of stuff happening out here in the market, good volatility, and that's what we need as traders as we get into the day today. Let's say good morning to all here in the room. Good morning to Steve C. Frank Parker, good morning to you. Steve, good morning. Yep, Clifton, good morning to you. Justin, top of the morning, and thank you for handling the room today. Christian, yep, good morning. AVGO, absolutely, and Marvel, I've got that up this morning. Mark O, top of the morning, happy hump day. Good morning to you and happy Wednesday to you. NVTS this morning. Okay, I'll put that one up here. NVTS, and get that out of the way. There we go. NVTS. Oh yeah, really nice here, over 32. What's that daily look like here? Oh yeah, brand new high here. Wow. Okay, good. Yeah, looks like a great trading stock this morning. Okay. Yep. Perfect. Seth, good morning to you. Vincent, good morning. Absolutely. Brian, good morning. Jay, good morning. Divide, good morning. Clifton, good morning to you. A couple of posts here I want to make here this morning. I like the PANW trade 285 short, PANW short 285. This is one you probably get right out of the gate here this morning. And then GTLB. Now let me just read to you here on the news on GTLB. Here this morning, GitLabs. Shares lost nearly 4% after the software company guided for adjusted earnings per share of 17 cents to 18 cents, while analysts polled at LSEG had penciled in 19 cents per share. Also said it would reduce its full-time workforce by approximately 14% or 350 team members and exit 22 countries. The company also expects to incur between 30 million and 35 million in pre-tax restructuring charges. So that's not all good here. That stock under 30 this morning. Makes some sense here. GTLB, GTLB, short under 30. Okay, there you go. And then for the longs this morning, of course, Marvel 320 right where it is right now. Nice line in the sand on Marvel, MRVL, long at 320. So those are the three that I'm watching. I also have up, as you can tell, Ollie this morning, OLLI. And if you're into that stock here, Ollie's Bargain Outlet, shares were up over 4% after mixed first quarter results. Company full year guidance, hiked its full year guidance ranging between 445 and 4.55. They fact set before that 4.44. So that's good news for Ollie. I'm not too sure that volume is going to make a difference here. But I'm going to, what I'll do is I'm going to take the GME looking good today as well, and GitLab, Marvel, and I'll replace Ollie because of the volume, and I'll put on that NVTS that you were talking about earlier. OLLI goes over here. Okay, there we go. And I'm watching IREN, NVIDIA, now, NOW, and I think NOW looks fantastic here this morning. In fact, if you take a look at this, this is what I'm looking at. This 128 here, I'll post the alert on now, long 128.
My level's 128.50, so that's a very good confirmation. We're in that range.
Absolutely, Justin. I mean, it looks good. How are you this morning, my friend?
Fantastic, brother. Fantastic.
That's so good. Good. Well, I had a wonderful day yesterday in these markets. I mean, just absolutely had a great day. And today will be abbreviated for myself because I got to run. But hopefully get this morning going here. And then Justin will have a wonderful time leading you this morning. DVG is gone, so you're a one-man show up until about 11 o'clock or so, however long you could stay. And traders, help us all out this morning because that's what the room is for.
Yeah, come on, guys. We're all in it together, right? It's not just a one-man show. It's let's do this together. So very quickly, Palantir is looking a bit heavy. So that original trade thesis that I had is probably a little bit less slim now. I would argue 50-50. What's likely going to happen is we're going to push down to pre-market low, test that, and I'm expecting continuation down to 144. That's really what I'm looking for. So if that doesn't happen, it's also okay. I'll just stick to what's happening with now. And I might even add, because remember, I'm still not at full position on now. So my full position add would have been at 115, right? And then, so looking at it right now, I might even add early, but there's no reason to do that because I'm already perfectly positioned for an up move and a down move. So coming back to Palantir, just guys keep a very close look on that because it could flush right down on open to pre-market low. I'm going to be looking for continuation. The riskier trade would be on open. Safer trade is after pre-market low break. And I don't know, maybe for the sake of it, do a 144 target, higher risk, just to show that it's possible. But I don't want to play games because this isn't a game. This is real life, and I don't want to be giving people bad advice. But there it goes. It's really happy. Look at that, pushing down to pre-market low.
Okay, traders, about 2 minutes to go here before we open.
If that was strong and pushed the pre-market higher, we could see continuation higher, especially given that huge candle we saw yesterday. So that'd be beautiful confirmation of continuation. But of course, also be careful of a pullback, which is literally where we're sitting now, potentially. Nice
Okay,
volume
traders, here we go.
now.
30 seconds to go here for the open.
I want to see net service now rocket up to the 200 EMA, push to 134.01. This would be a really good sign. Let's see what's happening with Palantir. Where are we going now? 44. All right, guys, 15 seconds to open. Good luck, guys. Actually, say good luck and God bless. 2, 1, here we go. Okay, looks like an Palantir original thesis playing out, which is up to pre-market. So
Be right.
that last 30-second read was wrong. So the original thesis is playing out, right? So that if we're taking the original trade at pre-market high, we were shorted. Service now going on to test support at 124.74. Sorry, 124.71. Okay, CoreWeave standing off, guys. Don't get shaken out of Palantir. I still think it's going down. I should have taken that trade. I had it queued up, but I was commentating. Okay, guys, there's Dell breaking pre-market low. Yes, Lays came up on my list. I was going to mention it. You're right. It came up on my Lays. LASE, guys. It's up 53%. So that was a good pick. Who was that mentioned that? Marco. Yeah. Okay, watch Palantir at the pre-market low. CoreWeave full flushing. SCP, unbelievable. Look at this. Okay, Palantir is going to test the pre-market low. If you traded those options, zero, DTE, what are we looking at? You would have already been up very strongly. But I suggested the weeklies, right? So let's see where we go. Palantir alert. Short. Just triggered. Oh, CoreWeave. CoreWeave is probably going to push down to 112.82, guys. That was my previous breakout entry level. Okay, for those of you who took that original thesis trade on Palantir at 150 down to 140, what is it now? 149. So we're going to go down to 144. It's a fantastic, 6, 7, 8 point move. I don't mind if service now consolidates here. It's actually better for me. If it sits in this range, 124, 134 for the next week or so, I don't mind. But I'm
going to take a now trade right here at 126 long.
Okay. Okay, Palantir testing pre-market lows. Let's see the next candle on the 5. Because we swing trading and day trading, I'm not really looking at the 1 minute right now.
Hey, Justin, can you put your charts up as well, please? Or just put yours up?
I think it might override you. Let me just.
That'll be fine. Let me know when you can get yours up.
I'm going to do it right now. Okay, I've just clicked. Let's see if it pulls through. Oh, hold on, that's the wrong right there. So I need to change this one.
No trade on now for myself. No trade on now.
Yeah, no trade there. Okay, it should come through any minute now, the feed guys, the stream. Okay, Palantir heading to 144.
There you go.
Just want to take the opportunity to say, guys, don't forget to tip, right? Tipping is a principle. It's a biblical principle. So, if you made some money, share the love.
Justin, I'm seeing a black screen right now.
Are you really? Okay, give me a second. Try that one, not that one. That's not the one. Okay, so you can at least see me now. Now let me get the right screen now. Okay, let me just, I'm going to reboot this. OBS is a little bit clunky. I'm going to quickly reboot. Well, not reboot, but just start and stop it again. Okay, service now triggered 124.12. That's my bearish trigger signal. It's going down to 115.97, guys. Okay, back into OBS.
Justin, I gotta roll. So
Go. I'll get it working. Don't worry.
traders, thank you so much. I appreciate you all. God bless you all. Godspeed. I'll see you. I'll talk to you here when I'm on the trip. But enjoy. God bless you all.
Bear with me, guys. I'll get it up. Dell Technologies still pushing down, guys. And CoreWeave. So the short is safe. Palantir, same story. I'm going to pull this up as soon as I can. I don't know why it's not showing. Just give me a second. Terribly frustrating, both for you and me. Let's try this. Okay, I think we're good. Now let's try again. Thanks, Vincent. I wish I'd taken the trade with you. Unfortunately, I'm trying to sort this streaming thing out. Okay, so you guys can see me in the room. Now, why is this one not working? Sorry, created infinity there. Let's see. Okay, guys, before we lower, I really think we're going to hit 112.87. Just trust what I'm saying until I can share my screen. Okay, I think we've got. Clifton, if you're on the group, my screen keeps connecting, reconnecting, saying connection successful, and try again. There we go. Okay, great. All right, I'm going to not change anything. I'm going to stick to this. Okay, so Palantir pushing down to 144, beautifully as we expected. CoreWeave also heading to the target. Dell, I haven't got it marked up, but is anyone trading Dell? If you're trading Dell, I can take a closer look for you. Okay, let's look at SPY, like what we were saying before. Whoops. Let's have a look at the 30. Okay, guys, if we get this continuation to the downside, I'd be focusing on 755 as a target. I was trading short on probably 3DT would be safe, because I think we're getting a continuation to the downside. All right, because look there. Look, guys, look exactly what happened. Yeah, we touched the line of resistance twice, tried a third time, failed, and rejected. So this is looking very probable, right? Because we've just lost the 200 EMA on the 10-minute, and we're approaching the 200 on the 30. So be my target for today. But be safe, because remember there's liquidity sitting here. I'll take my profits just before we get there. So probably at like 755 or 750, you know, to be really safe. 755, 53 for argument's sake. But now we still get. So I would say 70, 30, I'd argue actually 90, 10 probability. All the way to easy. Okay, coming back. Here we go. Nice. All right, Palantir almost 44. Dell still going down. There's a breakout. I would have exited there, but based on the candle on CoreWeave, looks like it's still going down further. If anyone's in CoreWeave, I'll take a look. Well, why not? Let's do it, right? This is what trading's all about. Although I'm going to look at my position, because I'm going to add my final add down here. Okay, we said we're going to look at CoreWeave. So these yellow lines, guys, are historical charts. So these are charts that I already predicted a year ago, maybe a year and a half, and the levels are hitting. But that's for investment, right? Longer term. So next, yeah, I think we're going to get major resistance here, probably a reversal or consolidation, but that's a very strong, where are we now? Sitting at 13 on the RSI. So this is heavily oversold. So I'd expect probably, geez, guys, this is a huge sell-off. Probably expect some consolidation. Well, the market decides what it's going to do. Does it come back up, or does it continue down further? If it goes down further, It's a small shelf here. Yeah, so you could probably, if this continues, gosh, this is looking very realistic, guys. The stone is looking very realistic. So definite supply zone here. Or should I rather say accumulation, right? There's an accumulation zone sitting right here. Let's see, where is balance here? Okay, a little bit of a bounce, 145.97. Let's drill down. Okay, guys, I'm just going to quickly have a look at my now trade. So just give me a second. Because it's decision time. What? Okay, done. Tesla testing yesterday's close. Thanks, Barbara. Okay, we just hit 120.44 on now. So I'd like to see some consolidation, possible reversal here. So in order to get Aditya trade all the way to 144, you could consider literally exiting now, right? Because it's going to consolidate with your volume. Let's see what. Let's have a look at. If we lose 144, 139 becomes. It's exactly the inverse, guys. Remember the Remore? It's literally the inverse. So if we lose 144, we're going back down to 139.09, and then likely back to our recent weekly consolidation zone or accumulation zone, which sits here between 129.40 and 135. So I'll start reinvesting at that level and building another position, swing position. So right now, what I was going to do, but because I was commentating, I didn't, is I would have taken that short again, right? Literally as we, my first call of the day, right, guys, which I then kind of backtracked a little bit, but it actually played out. So literally ran up to pre-market high and flushed all the way to 144. So if I'd entered exactly where I said I'd entered, taken the 144 strike, guys, that can be really, really good money. Just that one trade. So we don't need the 1 minute right now. Whoops, that shouldn't have happened. So let's go back to, let's go to the 15 and the 5. Right, zoom out. Now, as expected. I think we're going to continue downside, guys. But let it consolidate first. Test 140, excuse me, sorry, 144, and then break down to that. You can see that 139 is also a key level of what was historically resistance, but now is support. So I'm actually going to delete that. We don't need it. Okay, one. Gents, I'm just going to 10, ladies, step away quickly for 10 minutes. I just want to quickly warm up my coffee. Okay. Let's see what's going on. UNH, Seth, I love UNH. I've been trading it for like 2 years now. It's a great stock. especially when it lost its high, right? That's 600 on that DOJ case. Golden opportunity. Kind of like that scripture, Clifton. The way you emailed me. It depends on the format, CC. I could do it that way. I don't get married to a long or a short position. So what I like to do is maybe a little bit different. I can do it that way if you prefer that. I'm happy to do it that way. But I like to kind of pre-present trades, A and cross setups that I'm looking at on the day. And then you guys can decide based on the price action in the moment, because it's usually happening very quickly. If you want, I could slow it down to the swing trades, right? And well, that's literally what I did now, is kind of display the day trade options, not scalping, not sniping. Although Christian this morning, I think scalp, because that's his favorite style, and he's found that that works for him. So I'm trying to show adaptability, right, so that we can appeal to a broader audience and help them to kind of understand the markets from a simpler perspective, because it can be as technical, right, and as complex and as difficult as you make it, right? And literally, it doesn't have to be that hard. The thing that I'm trying to teach, or at least help other people to learn, is that the markets aren't that difficult to understand once you understand the behaviors, you understand how specific stocks work, you understand the broader market outlook, you understand how to interpret news, whether positively or negatively, right? Because good news can flush a stock down as much as it can ramp it up, right? So CC, yeah, if you prefer that type of scenario, I can do it. I can set long and short positions on the same stock, or if you prefer, I can give you what I personally am expecting it will do, right? And then you can decide on the price action whether you agree with that at specific levels, and then you take the trade. I personally like to kind of shepherd or walk people through trades, right? So literally, that's why I like to show this is option 1, this is option 2, because I typically try to take, like I said before, 5-stone strategy, right? Kind of like David and Goliath, he had like his 5 pebbles. So that's the principle that I use when I trade, right? I try not to trade more than 5 times a day. So I'll give you an example. If I throw 3 stones and I get 2 reds, I walk away. I cool off, go grab a coffee. I know that I've got 3 more in the quiver, and or the little bag or bundle or whatever you want to call it, and then I deploy those. And if I get 5 reds, that should never happen. I should only have 3 reds max on a day. And then if it's a red day, it's a red day. Come back tomorrow and live to fight another day. It's not a problem. I've also got some ideas, DC, of better ways of presenting the information. So just stand by. Scott's got an awesome vision for the group. And, you guys are literally, I don't want to say kind of, at the, well, almost like, yeah, I must be, watch my words now, but just watch this space. Exciting times, guys, exciting times. Best time to be alive. Okay, Palantir consolidating exactly as we expected. So Christian, using the example, right, on the options, because we would have traded options there. Now theta is working against us. So that's why I said exit literally on one of these 2 candles, right? You could leave runners if you wanted, but for me personally, and I think Christian, you're exactly the same, you would have taken your profits. You're out now. You're done for the day. game over. On 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 candles, right? 5-minute candles. How much time out of your day was that? Come on, man. That's financial freedom, right? Okay. Also, guys, 4 weeks. Look at that. Where's the resistance? Sitting exactly at that breakout line. And where did it retest? Right? It didn't even retest. It literally just flushed straight through. So here comes the retest. There, right? And look where the 9 and the VWAP are all confluencing with this breakout line in the sand, right? So what we want to see is we want to see this V-shaped recovery, right, to stay bullish on CoreWeave. If we don't, and this retest fails, guess what? What do we see? We see another short opportunity, okay? But it depends on your time frame. This is a huge drop, right? Huge. So I mean, if that's something you guys want me to analyze in terms of an actual trade, let's have a look. CoreWeave. Yeah, if I was to take that entry, I would do this. And I would run it down to about there. So what's that? 12, 10-point move. Volume is decreasing, right? On the 1 minute, but that's not going to be, that's for execution, right? Let's drill, let's go a bit higher. So we're on the 5. Let's keep the 5 here. And let's put our 15 there. Okay. Yeah, so look at all this. There's a bit of support here. We had a breakdown. So here's a range, right? So if we enter this range, there are quite a number of trades. So this is catching my interest now. So I'm going to start looking at this more closely for my own portfolio. Rebuild a position here potentially. But what I would be expecting is this move, right? If we don't make it back above this line, right? So we're going to go probably retest the 9 and VWAP, because this is the 9 VWAP literally converge. And what that's telling me is that also we get a sharp wick or a rejection, this puppy is going down even further, right? So kind of God backwards, God is up, and God is down. Sorry, lame joke, but you know, I get a little quirky sometimes. I'd say divine, eh? Thanks, Christian, Vincent, rest of the team. Let me share something that will encourage, maybe it will be some encouragement to the team. I'll do it a little bit later when the market settles. There we go. Came to 144. 100%. See, my personal heart, Christian, is really for, you know, the broader community, like global community, because, you know, there's so many different people in different life circumstances, or LSMs, right? Different personal market spaces with their own personal, you know, affordabilities and unaffordabilities, and literally the market, you know, now with the PDT, I mentioned it before, gosh, you're going to have so many new entrants to the market, you know, this generation, the next generation, the following generation. You know, if I had kids, I've got a number of godchildren. Unfortunately, we sacrifice children, not by choice and not for lack of trying, but, you know, my wife and I haven't had kids, and our family business was our child. And we spent 20, 30 years building that. and our personal brands. And then and helping other wealthy families to build themselves up and make themselves wealthier. And then I realized, you know what? Take that knowledge and make it public to the broader community. And you make more farmers in the field, you make more fishermen fishing in the sea. And that's literally what Jesus said, right? He said, go forth and make fishers of men. And this is what we're doing. We're teaching people how to fish in the Sea of Galilee. I'm sorry, I don't mean to like spiritualize it too much, but you guys have got to know who I am and where I'm coming from. And I'm unashamedly and unapologetically who I am. So hate it, don't hate it, like me, don't like me, makes no difference. Just be blessed. Okay, enough of that. Let's look at markets. Notice the pattern, guys. Like literally, SPY, Investco, literally the same. Pretty much everywhere. So is this rotation? So this trade is still looking strong. But look at the type stop. Okay, I haven't taken the trade. I'm just displaying it. Right? So I'm full transparency. I personally haven't taken this trade. Bless you, Vincent. Right back at you. Palantir is still looking good for the downside, guys. Watch that 9 EMA, right? We're doing this together. This is how I personally like to live trade, right? And commentate. So hopefully you guys like the style. I'll adapt it and improve it over time. Yeah. So we're going to hit, there's the 9 EMA, get tested. Volume is thinning. So probably still some consolidation around this level because it is a thing, golden sand. So expect consolidation. Now, for Christian who's exited, right, he exited here, theoretically. He could re-enter right here now, okay? But because the market is slowed and we are 70-30, convinced it's going down to 139.02, I would take another weekly DTE trade or a 2-week, or if you really, because the range, because we don't want to lose our edge. The edge is everything. Can I ask you guys a quick question, like a little teaser? How many sides to a coin? Come on, put your answers in the chat. Don't be afraid. How many sides to a coin? That's the difference between traders and non-traders. I won't make it public, but I'll put it in the I'll put it in the chat what the correct answer is. Notice the timestamp, guys. Remember what I shared about now in the personal group, in the private group, right? The professional trading group. Remember what I shared about now in May, the prediction? Notice that timestamp on the 3 sides of a coin. Remember the illustration. Life lessons, guys, life lessons. We trade according to a different structure. Safe. It's an in and out question, out and in. See again, look at this, even with the SPY. There's another easy trade, guys. You know, trading options or even stocks. Boom. 1. That's why I like options, because if you pick the right ones at the right time, you know, you don't need a big stock move to make good money. So just these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles on a 0 DT, 1 DT, even a 3 DT option, If you literally just bought it there at the money, run it up to the 9, you're golden. Golden. So looking core week, thesis still holds, right? Still looking good here. So my second entry for Palantir would be this. Okay, because we're at the pre-market low, so it's a safe zone. And my stop would be either at pre-market, right, or just slightly above, because what do we else we got here? We got the 20 EMA, right? Our red, white, and blue. But because we're on the scalping, this is my scalping overview layout, right? But if we switch to the actual scalp layout, which I should actually be on my swing trade, but it doesn't change the thesis. So have a look now, guys. Core week looking heavy. It's looking heavy. Look here, we're sitting at 26 on the RSI, heavily oversold. So consolidation here could sit for a couple hours, 1, 2, 3 hours, doesn't matter. So what I would do if I was trading options, and I'm not looking at the prices now, just in theory, okay? I'd be looking at, again, at the money here, either a weekly or a 2-weekly. Safest would be monthly, but you're not going to earn as much on the move, right? And you're going to require more capital. So I'd probably run this down to, let's see. I like this level, but to be safe, even safer is here. That's that. Now, is that worth it? Risk return. I target 5.67. Yeah, this is looking like a good trade. So keep an eye on this, guys. Keep an eye on this if you want to take it. And that would be the ideal. Paper traded, test the theory, refine your skills, and then learn to execute. Okay, I need to see where Nile is. Okay, nice holding. I want to see it come back into this recover 124.71. As I said, I added to my position down here, so I've lowered my cost. Because what I want to try and do, or what I try to do, right, is have enough capital to survive the trade, right? But you shouldn't only have one. You don't go all in on one trade on your account. I mean, that would be stupid and ridiculous. But you see now exactly where is my cost basis sitting at VWAP. So I'm still safe in this trade. Hence why I was able to add here safely, right? And now, if the long-term thesis plays out, or the short-term thesis, okay, I could maybe extend this a little bit higher, but I've got a very specific target in mind on this trade. So, and that's how you plan your trades, you plan your profits. So you know exactly how much you're going to walk away with at the end of the month. You can get to that level. You can get to that level. I'll post a private message in the group. NVIDIA, you want me to have a look for you? Let's check its scores. Why? Where's my RSI? Okay, let me just set up RSI. Sorry, not RSI. Let me just set up this NVIDIA chart correctly. I'll bring it across to you guys now. I just want to get a cleaner view because NVIDIA coming across. Okay, I like to look at the higher time frame first, so let's do this. Bring it to you guys. Let's make sure you can see that. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. All right. So NVIDIA literally flushed through. I've just got a bear trigger. You guys can see that. I've just got to quickly switch to now. That's the retest. Okay, that's fine. That's exactly what I wanted. This should be crossing down. Okay. Mixed signal. Okay, let's see where we're going. Something came over the wire now about Iran, so give me a sec. I just want to see what's going on. Market news. Oh, I need my glasses. Where is it now? Okay, more noise. Nothing major. Okay, let's go here. Actually, let me share this with you guys just to, this is a alert that I use, right? My scan is set up, pre-configured, market news, day trading, my Minitab scanner. These are pre-defined customizations. Just one tool. Okay, specifically NVIDIA. So you were asking long. Okay, let's have a look. This is a safe position to go long. Red volume is thinned significantly, dropped off. We're sitting at MACD. We're below the signal line, so I'd be a little bit worried about continuation to the downside, probably down here to the. I'm going to drop down to the lower time frames to look for confirmation, but I think this is still going down. I think we might actually retest the Bollinger Band at the bottom here on the 50 EMA, right? So remember, white is the 50. That's on the daily chart. Okay, now that could take 2 days, 3 days. It could happen today. So let's drill down and see what is the likelihood of it happening today. I'll stay on the same chart, or we can switch to the scalping, but let's stick to this one just for simplicity. Because I look at the higher time frame to see what's happening, and then I drill down for execution to decide, am I going to day trade it, am I going to swing trade it, am I going to scalp it. So specifically in this instance, I would be looking short, and I would write it down to, if it was a day or a swing, I'd write it down to about here. Confidence is, geez, that could happen today, guys. That can literally happen today. But also note where this correlates to. Let's get a more accurate target. So Goldilocks zone is sitting here. Go to the 15. Yeah, I would trade this down from here, short, boom, to here. This would be my target. Right there. And I put a tight stop, right? Because we don't care if the trade is wrong. We'll risk a couple $100 on it, right? But this is looking definitely like it's going to continue to the downside, even though we are oversold. Because look at the higher time frame on the weekly, right? So let's drop the weekly down to the 10 to the daily. Okay, we're literally seeing on the 50. So I can definitely see us coming down to here very, very easily. And then if I was an investor or a swing trader looking to go long, I would jump in on the Goldilocks here. 201. What is the level? Let's get the exact level. 201.90 is when I'd start nipping. So my first buy would be here. My second buy would be here. I hope you guys can see this. My third buy would be there. That would be my DCA strategy into NVIDIA. But you can see that's on the daily time frame. So I'm not thinking as a scalper, I'm thinking as a swing trader or as an investor, because you start to get closer to investment, the higher you got the scale. So NVIDIA looks to be playing off, right? It's going in the right direction. It's going our way. A really great move, which I could see also happening, right? Not necessarily today, but we could very easily come back down to here. But with all the positive news currently, I don't see that happening. So I would revert back to, and look where my previous, because I'm not trading NVIDIA, but this is where my previous, when I was previously trading it. So let's delete that, because these are the current levels. Let's do this so you can see it clearly, right? So let's pick a safest zone. That's your safest. Right there, guys. Now, if you wanted to do a scalp, you could 0 DTE it, but you have to be very, and that's where I would switch for Christian. Let's Christian and other traders like Christian. Let's do this. Let's go do a scalp. Okay, let me pull up the video scalp. Strategy. I see there's a little bit lag on the feed to you guys, but that's okay. I'll just slow it down so that the commentary matches the, because I can see there's a little bit of lag. I'm trying to sort that out, but it's not a train smash. Okay, so I said I was looking at NVIDIA. All right, so let's jump to the scalping chart. And I've got swing charts, day trading charts, but these are kind of my gold standard favorites, which is why I keep sharing them with you guys. Let's do this. Let's open this up. And, okay, let's add it here. Okay, let me sync that trade so we see it on the same chart, right? Okay, so now I've pulled out. You guys see this? There we go. Yeah. All right. So this is the position, right? Notice where VWAP is historic, sitting here. Not current, this level. 208. So where does that align with? Oops, wrong button. Now that's the day trade. That's a scalp. That could be a snipe if timed correctly. For today's trade, I'd run a little bit longer. It'll take a lot to lose this level here, guys. It'll take a lot to lose that. So this would probably be my trade. So let's see it play out. Do you guys want me to leave a location, or let's do this per request? Who are we going to sacrifice? Should we take off Dell and replace it with NVIDIA? On the overview, guys, you guys vote. Vote in the room. Who are we going to sacrifice? We're going to sacrifice CoreWeave or Dell. One of those two got to go. We'll replace it with NVIDIA. Simple math, Vincent. Simple math. Remember, the markets are geometric, guys. Congratulations, Mark. It's awesome. Oh, that's terrific. That's a real blessing. Okay, video. So, guys in the room, I'll probably come back. I'm not going to leave right now. I'm going to stick around, obviously, keep an eye on the markets and on these trades. Probably at like 11, maybe 11:30, I'll sign off. High likelihood I'll come back midday, maybe end of the day. So if there's anyone in the room and you'd like some updates, you'd like to chat, like some information, whatever, I could be available. I'll just stay here. I could also keep these charts up if you guys would like in my absence. So just let me know. Palantir is still looking heavy. Things aren't cool down, guys. Still remaining very confident in the service now, right? The fact that we haven't lost this level and we're retesting on 24.71. I've got my predicted puts on good, but personally, I'd like to see a turn sooner than later or like consolidate here. But let's see what the market does. Notice call we've set in our stop loss deal, right? Now you could consider making this a longer dated trade and doing something like this, right? So extend your stop loss, buy in a little bit extra up here, right? Reduce your cost basis, and then continue the run down because you're already in position now. The alternative, right, is take it up and then wait for volatility and liquidity to flood into the market and then execute your decision. So you just decide whether you want to stay in this trade, if you want to do it, and do you want to manage it, right? Because if you want to manage it, then, oops, excuse me, then this is what you effectively want to attempt to do, right? Because if we get a rejection here, it's going to be pretty sharp, and then a retest down here, right? So technically, it's still be in profit if you wanted to exit based on price action at that level, okay? Or you could continue with the downside and then enjoy the rundown. So again, very personal decisions based on your own portfolio, based on your position sizing, based on the trade that you've selected. But this is one way you could see a trade developing. So yeah, it's up to you. I don't like this descending wedge that it seems to be forming on service now, which is much the same as yesterday. This guy. Oh, Marvell alert. Let's have a look at Marvell. I'm going to look at that offline quickly. Well, actually, let's do it together. Where's my RSI indicator here? Stupid thing. Let me fix that. Okay. Anyone trading Marvel in the? I don't want to waste my time. Does anyone sorry. Does anyone trading Marvel? Because I'm not trading it right now, so I don't want to waste my time. Okay. Possibly short developing on Marvel, guys, if any of you are trading. Test pre-market high. If that fails, take a short position, run it down back to 294 or 64, and look continuation down to 28. If it enters back into pre-market, move is cancelled, and I'd look to go long back up to pre-market high because we haven't retested the high. So that's probably a more likely trade. So go long Marvel in pre-market after confirmation. Volumes increasing. Let me pull it up. If anyone is interested. Marvel. Was it Marvel? Marvel or Marvel? Okay, guys, I see a potential trade developing here, which would be scalp. First, let it enter into pre-market, because remember we have to test the high. Well, technically, we should retest the high, right? So there is a bit of a pattern forming here. It's not confirmed. One of my favorites, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, right? What do we see potentially developing here? I'd love to see that. Where's the neckline? Almost right where pre-market is. So that could be a strong trade. Okay, but we want it confirmation in pre-market. So our likely entry would be that, right? The riskier trade would be that. Okay, but the inverse is also true. So if we don't get confirmation, let's do a reversal, right? And then this could be the trade that you enter right now. But I would wait for it. There's more risk in this trade. Better entry or safer entry would be there, but you're going to give up potential gain, right? And you slightly, I don't like it because there's not enough edge, so I'd probably jump in there. But it could go either way. So who was it earlier? CC. You see why I don't like to commit to long or short, right? Because I drill down literally to every single candle and I make my decision, my execution decision, depending on whether I'm swing day trading or scalping. This, for example, would be a scalp trade, right? So that's like a 10 to 15 minute trade. So what I'd be looking for is the impulse, right? Institutions jumping in. That's when I would trigger my. So I'd for like right now would be just keeping a very close eye on this, and then the closer we get to wanting to execute, I'll drill down, and then I'll look very carefully here, and I mean that would still be a very, very good trade. But right now it's not confirmed because of this, right? Higher highs are forming. So we could see a rejection. Or the opposite could be true. Whose crystal ball is clearer? It's actually looking bullish. So I'd be favoring this move more. Hope that helps. Okay, the market's actually pretty slow at the moment. Nothing much happening. I'm probably going to step away for a few minutes and likely come back later in the day. I'll obviously be keeping an eye. I'll keep my screen up, the current share, and you guys can trust the levels that are being sent and trade off of them. God bless, take care, and maybe see you a little bit later. Bye. Okay, we had a retest of 2044. So the reason I suggested what I did in the chat is because what you're going to do is if you follow that and plays out, right, what you're going to do, let's just see here, because I'm likely going to have to do the same now. So I'm probably going to double up the predictive put position. I'm 50% covered, which is okay. I might add a few more just to cover me. Follow exactly the same advice. So, yeah, if we push down today below 120, I mean, I could see consolidation here for some time. So I'm purposely, that's why I'm still sitting at my desk. I'm here with you. I'm in this trade, so we can ride it together. Basically, what I would be doing is exactly as I suggested to you, but that's a short-term, what's the word? Short-term risk defense, I guess, defensive strategy. And what I would aim to do then is as soon as it hits the strike, touches the strike, right? Because what we're doing is we're using gamma in our favor, right? Because right now your existing position, theta and gamma are hurting you. So what we want to do is we want to benefit from the acceleration that we're expecting to the downside, because when it breaks 120.44, I believe it's gonna run down very quickly to 115.97 and God forbid at 111.69. But if that's the case, we'll run those puts all the way down to the strike, right? Obviously, the further away strike is higher risk, but the closer it gets to the strike, gamma accelerates, right? And theta also, but gamma first, theta second. So that would be a quick in and out trade, right? And then you could consider adding to your position size at that point for the reversal, but don't take on more risk than you need to. If you're already in a fully committed, full-size position, leave it at that. Just protect, just self-hedge, do a tactical hedge. That's actually the best term for it. So it's a tactical short-term hedge. That's exactly the move. And that would be protective puts to the downside, right? With a strike of 115 or 111. And as soon as we hit that strike, reevaluate price action at that point. But for me, because it's a short tactical trade, literally, can you guys see my screen? So what that would look like is this, all right? Now, I don't want to go that far, but I would do that, right? And then I'll take my profits, I'd exit it right there, okay? Relook if I need more protective puts, not a problem, and then I'll go again. But I'm protecting this main position, right? And by doing that, that's going to bring my cost down, which is going to bring me down below VWAP, which is still a safe zone. But bear in mind, this is also only on the 1 minute. So when you look on the higher time frame and say, okay, whoa, where are we now, right? So, because 1 minute VWAP means nothing right now. So we don't want to break below this 118 level. And likelihood is that gets tested today. I wouldn't be surprised if we hit 115. Okay, because this is a very much, I mean, this is a strong rejection, right? Not necessarily, for me, if it's a pullback, 115 is a pullback, right? If we lose 115.97, it's full on rejection. Then it's going all the way back down to here. And in that case, I would take a very different position on my outlook. But my medium term 6 month to 12-month view, and arguably, I do believe in the next 2 to 3 weeks now is actually going to run up. So I'm going to do my best to protect this position. But I'll walk you guys through it. I mean, we're in this together. So that's how I'm managing that trade, right? Because I do want to see it hit 148. But I've adjusted my position to just below here because I've got a very specific profit target in mind. But again, if we get up there, I'll consider runners or re-entries. But as it stands right now, it is looking a bit bearish, okay? So I'm expecting probably a pullback to this level here, 115.97. So Kobe, I'm in it with you, bud. And that's legit. I'm in it with you. That's not like these guys here. These were just demonstration trades, right? And this one on Palantir, I'm very seriously considering entry. So I'm watching the 144 level. See, there is lag on my mouse. Okay, but anyway. Service now is looking heavy, guys. We're below on the 5 minute, below the 9, and we're below VWAP. So those protected puts are looking very attractive. Now, I don't want to jump in too soon because theta will hurt us. If I'm going to go, let's see what other options available. Let me pull up the options chain. Let's see what those puts are going to cost. Okay, now, so what we were looking for, we want 5 green. So, 2 DT. This is risky. Do we want to go 9 days? The thing is, are we playing the short-term tactical hedge, or are we playing a bigger hedge? Now, my 50% cover is on a longer dated DTE, so I'm happy with that. It's sitting nicely in the money, and that will accelerate in value the further the price goes down. So I could add to that position, which would probably be safer for me in terms of my position in my portfolio, or I do the tactical hedge with a quick snipe. If that's the case, exactly as I suggested to Kobe, that's going to require some effort because I'm going to have to sit here and manage that trade. I think that's going to be the right one for today, actually. Just to also, let's see, how much do I need? Let's calculate it. That is definitely building up. I think we are going down for sure. I'm 70% convinced it's going down. So I might do a short-term tactical hedge. I think I might do 2 DTE, but that's going to be a sell. Yeah, 115. Let's have a look. That's exactly what I'm looking at too. But remember, execution is the one that we decided on 3, decided on 115. Okay, guys. I would execute the. Okay, I'm with you, Toby. We'll do it together. Because I think I'm going to take the trade. Let's see. I'll tell you when. Because remember, that is against us. So 115. Okay, let's not be too hasty. Let's not be too hasty. Stay with me, Kobe. I'm with you on this one. Oh, okay, I need to quickly. Sorry, nature calls. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay. All right. Still waiting. Nothing happening on service now. Because we're actively trading this one, Kobe, I think I'm going to switch to that chart. I haven't entered this position, right? We were just, this is what I'm looking at. Okay. Haven't entered it. I'll tell you when I do. And while I'm doing that, let's see what the options prices are. Well, at this point, we're not really too worried about that because we're just going to get in and out. So let's get a closer look at the candles and the volume. Okay, for now we're safe. Kobe, I beg your pardon. So this is good. This is what we want to see. I don't know why this is all mixed up. RSI is not showing. Okay. So this is still positive. Great. Happy to see that. That's a good act. So we're not taking the trade. So, but remember, this is what we've got planned, right? But we're not taking it yet because that candle is just what we want to see. RSI 55, strength is increasing. MACD curling up. But bear in mind, again, this is only 1 minute. So let's have a look at 15. Guys, let's just fix this chart quickly. I don't know why I'll pull it through from trading view again. There we go. Okay, save. Okay, let's do it off of this one. Okay. Okay, here's a cleaner view. $15, 5. Okay, it's the view. Okay, so what I'd like is still this, right? We spoke about it earlier. I would say thereabouts is the descending wedge, right? He is doing this right now. So this has potential to do that ordinarily. But what we've seen lately is exactly the opposite. So where's the trend? The trend is down, right? So again, I'm now looking, right, that candle gave me confidence that we were going to have hopefully some of recovery. But we're kind of consolidating here, we're sitting here, which we expect. Okay. The next big move is coming, guaranteed. It's either going to be down or it's going to be up. So what Kobe and I are now looking for is volume increase, rapid. So I'm going to jump down. Time of the day, I mean, this could happen just before lunch. Whoops, excuse me. Could happen now. Some people post because this could happen. So, like I said, I'm going to do with Kobe because I need to protect this position. So let me do this and jump into my trading platform. We said we were looking at pricing. Huh? All right. Options. Okay, 115, 2DE. Now 2DT, guys, very high risk, moves very quickly. But for For this day trade, it's fine. So 115 strike. Let's see how much IB we've got. Open interest. Okay, I don't want to miss it. I must watch. It's quite a big spread. Very spready. Yeah, not great options, to be honest. The risk increases, right, on this trade because the spread's pretty wide. We've got a tighter spread at the money. So that would be the safer bet. Less risky as well. If you can commit the extra capital, I'm actually more in favor. 36 is about the same. Let's just see. 15. Yeah, I think I'd actually take at the money. So I'm looking at the money. I'm looking at either the 121 puts or 120 puts, slightly out of the money. So any one of those two. Okay, queue those up. And then if we break through 120.44 with strength, execute either a market order or, if you're already anticipating it, set a limit order to ensure execution. But I'm queuing it up now because I think that's where we're going. I think we are going down. Okay, now we're looking for execution. All right, so we're drilling down. And this is where the magic happens. Trying to close all these other windows, get rid of the noise. And then we focus on this one now. So what Kobe, you and I are looking for is consolidation around this 24. Buyers stepping at the end of the day, run it back up. Retest VWAP, hopefully push back up into dream market. But as it stands right now, this is looking bearish. Nothing confirmed until we break through 120.44. Retest this low. Early entry, which is probably what I'm going to take, and I think you too, Kobe, is we'll enter on 120.44. We could run it out here, see what the price action looks like, exit, or continue. Both will be wins, because even if we take profit here full position, it then retest 124.4 and then in the continuation, we could get a double move, right? 2 bites. So I'm doing it with you. I'm doing it with you. So I'll walk you through. Prepare for a scalp stroke snipe. Okay, it could happen now. Okay, we always got to be ready. We've got to wait for the trade to come to us. Okay, that's a break in structure, guys. So you see the descending line, right? This here is break in structure. So I'm happy to see this. I want to see it continue here and then arguably come up, right? But as it stands right now, this is looking bearish. Okay, get ready. Kobe, get ready. Okay, I think I might actually enter here. Tight stop loss, right just above. This is the move, right? Tight stop. I'll tell you when. I'll tell you when. Get ready. Okay, I've also got to get queued up. Hold on. Sorry, some news came through about the war. Let's see what that is. Okay, keep a close eye. This could be it. Tight stop. Okay, I'm going to take a position. All right, there it is. Okay, I'm taking a position. Fold. I got a bad fold. But that's okay. I don't mind. Okay, this is the tactical trades. What we're going to do is you could trim here at this level, right? Or run it all the way down. I'm going all the way down. So that was at the money, 121, down. Tight stop, so if it reverses on us, we don't care. You're actually in a better position, Kobe, than you realize, because if you on 135 stops, where's VWAP? VWAP's at 122, yeah, actually, so you're pretty deep underwater. It's okay, you can recover. Okay, here we go, guys. So this position, what I'll do, just reiterating it again, I'll exit here, and then I'll relook for either a continued tactical hedge down to 111. So I might do 2 trades. God forbid that happens today, but we trade what we see, not what we want. Okay, here comes the retest of 119. So right now we should be in the money. Let's have a look. How's Palantir? Because I was also going to take that trade. I'm just going to quickly see. Guys, watch Palantir. I can't now because I'm busy managing this trade with paper trading with Kobe. I got a full of 350. I took a market order. Unfortunately, that was actually stupid. But guys, listen, it takes a lot to commentate, trade. It's a lot AV, so bear that in mind. All right, we want to come back into structure, which is that blue line, which I'm confident it will, because they've pretty much shown their hand now. Now, both Kobe and I don't want this to sit here for too long because theta is against us. But it's a 2DTE, so it's not that bad. Now, my covered calls are looking good. 1,500 up today to stop my covered calls. Puts are also looking good, my cover. And today's trade, okay, we're making some money. Okay, no problem with that, Kobe. You took on a little bit more risk. I paid a little bit more. Oh, wait, hold on. You said 120. Okay, all right. So I'm in a little bit of a risky position. You spent a little bit more, but that's okay. So I stepped a little more. Okay, where are we now? Okay, that's okay. I'm not worried about that. Don't you hate betting against the position you're in? Now we want it to go down. So this is one of my favorite strategies, guys, the dynamic forward strategy. I've mentioned it a number of times. But this is the second time I'm running it, right? Remember, 1st of June, I took my full profits from the first position that I announced in May. So sometimes it takes 2-3 weeks, maybe a month on a typical swing trade. So even on this position, I'm planning to run this, rinse and repeat for the next 2 to 3 weeks and then reevaluate. So imagine, Kobe, based on your position, you're actually in almost an identical situation to me, except you're in options and I'm long stock. Yes, true. Plus 15%. There we go. That's as easy as it is. Now imagine you're just scalping, right? You're up 50%. If that was $100,000 trade, or that's $1 million trade, what did you just make? 10, 100, 100,000 makes no difference, right? So scaling, orders of magnitude. It's actually a biblical principle. Think Jacob's ladder. All right. It's looking good for us. Kobe, there you go. There you go. Case in point. I'm not going to say that publicly, but case in point. Well done. That's how we roll. Here we go, green, green, green. So if this stalls, Kobe, we could take profit and then look for re-entry, right? So as it hits here, so sometimes what I would do is that, right? Take my profit, wait for the pullback to the 9, get the re-entry, and then run it down again. But that's scalping and sniping strategies, tactics. So I'm not teaching or talking about that now. Because beginners could get in a lot of trouble very quickly doing that. Okay, we want to come back into structure, which looks like it's headed towards. Oversold 1, so we probably want, probably want to break them right now, likely consolidate. But we just need one input candle. So my long position is good right now. Oh, thanks, Kobe. Check the cables. Is that better? Okay, hopefully that's better. See, so that green candle is exactly the reason why I would have taken my profits, right, ordinarily, and then re-entered on the 9. But it's okay, I'm not doing that today. Because we expect it to stall here. So basically, this tactical strategy, right, is going to, you see I'm currently out of false stop loss, right? But because we're trading this manually or live, we say, why does that keep popping up? It's locked. There, stop it. There we go. Okay. So what was I saying? I lost my train of thought. Nvidia turning. Okay. Can't look at that now. Busy with this guy. All right. So there's the retest, which we expected. So that would have been the second entry, right? We would have taken our profits here, and we would have re-entered exactly the same position, and then taken 2 parts of that. You said Nvidia. Nvidia is trading. Where else loss was it? Right. So that would have been the better option. And again, remember, this wasn't a live trade. This was just for display purposes, right? This is a live trade. So I'm in this guy. And this, I'm in this guy. So Nvidia, I like what I'm seeing. Still bearish. As is now. Guys, if the gum bothers you, just let me see. I literally got the worst pull on this short. Okay. Okay, retesting 1344. So you see, we could have got at least 2 trades, right? Because now the re-entry, assuming we had taken a profit. Okay, we would look for re-entry. I would tell you when we would do it. Not right now. Not right now. Right? Not now. We're still in position, but I'm just saying hypothetically, had we taken profit and now look for re-entry, I'll tell you when that is. That's how I usually trade. Okay, second entry. I'd be setting it up. Literally watching every candle like a hawk. Okay, I like that projection. MACD still hold up. The RSI sitting at the 51 level, again on the 1. So the 5 is retested the 9, which we expected. Still downtrend. Structure remains intact. You can see a little consolidation here. See, now there would be my second entry. It would have been on that cap. And again, remember, the very tight stop. I think both you and Kobe and I both agree we don't mind taking the loss on the tactical short put if we, or long put, short put, long put down. I'm starting to get tired. Still looking good to the downside. All of the signals are showing us the inside, but we got the conflict at 1.44. So look where the stop loss. I don't mind taking a loss in this trade because my absolute position is much bigger, so I'll recover quickly. And then I'll effectively trade. That's what's the name of Yeah. As it's looking like a reverse now, but let's see. We want to see a strong candle push through, an impulse push through the 9 and the 20. There's the double test. Right there. That's a solid test. Let's see. Because also, if you look on the high time, well, actually, I don't want to explain that now. So usually if I'm scalping and sniping, I would switch over to time of sales and I'd watch the tape. But personally, I don't always need that. It's okay. Sort of chicken video again while we wait for that. Okay. All right, so looking bullish as long as we stay above the 9, but there's no strength. Volume very low, below average. I mean, I can't see a big move happening now. Unless we get one big flush. Where was it? This was 11:47 to 8 or pre-lunch. Yeah, not just in Harvey here. Another trader then start to eat away at our options. So taking profit down here would have been the best bet and looking for the re-entry. But it's okay. Still going to hold. Because technically, we can still manage this position. We could buy back some theta, right? Scale it, and then save the trade and take the profit that we lost here. The profit opportunity cost that we lost here. We can make it back. But look at the size of this move. Risk to reward, 11.4. And then if you take that as options, you actually amplify that, right? Because it says look at the stock values. Okay, so I'm still happy with this trade, although it does look like it's going to go against us. Okay, there's the trigger. Tested 120.44. I should follow my own advice. I should have taken that profit there. Kobe, it's good and bad news. Going up, it's going to work for us. And going down, it's going to work for us. I'll take the owl if it crosses the crosses my loss. I'll take it. This could be a reversal we're waiting for, but it would likely retest VWAP, so just be careful. Volume is very low. Yeah, I think now it's trying to find its fall. Like literally the accumulation range, and I'm personally my hope and my prayer is that is in this range here, 120 to 124. If it stays in this range for a week, maybe even 2 weeks, I couldn't be bothered. I'd actually prefer that. I did like the reversal this week. I believe it's coming. It absolutely is coming. And the reason why is because if you look on the higher time frame, look where the 200 EMA is. Right, it's currently sitting at 131.70. I beg your pardon. Hold on. Let's pull it up. Right, 131.70. So I want to try to keep my cost base as close to that as possible. So you're sitting with options, Kobe, at like 135, right? You'll strike. So you want to bring your basis down to as close to the 200 EMA as possible, because we've only had 1, 2 retests, but we've also had a massive sell-off, right? So this is very scary. It's engulfing. This is like scary bearish engulfing. But that's why this 115 level is key. It's really key. And I'll reevaluate the entire thesis at that level if we get it. But for right now, this is where we are. I can see there's a little bit of a lag on the screen versus when I speak and as I'm charting. Okay, it's looking bullish. Surface now, which is a bit fast, but this is gonna sit and wrestle. You could consider that as your stop, right? But for me, with theta and the way I see it moving, that's going to be my stop. So I'll take the L, and I'll look for re-entry if I need to. And the re-entry will again be probably on the breakdown of down here. I won't re-enter over here. It's just going to chop. It's going to chop around this 120.44 range. It's definitely looking for an accumulation zone, guys. And like I said, I hope that that's here, 120 to 124. But it could stay a step down. Potential signs of reversal. The good news is it's broken this descending line of resistance. So that's positive. Kobe forced me into a scalping mindset this morning, afternoon. Exactly. So what paint do we want? Sherwin Williams. Green paint. Come on. I still think we're good on the trade, Kobe. Nice. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Come on. A bit more volume. There we go. Volume increasing. Watch this. It's going to retest out here. And that could have been a second trade. Well, let's see if it plays out. It's not going to hit us up. But that second pass, we will go double test. 1, 2, if it double tests. Which right now looks like it's going to do. There's the spike. See the volume. Price isn't moving heavily back. See how big the battle is. Look at that volume. Price hasn't moved. So which way is it going to go? See why this 2044 is so important. And hence why it's a golden line, right? Watch this. Watch this. Up or down. Kobe and I don't care. Either which way. Have your stop loss preset, Kobe? Man, this paint. Come on. Where's Palantir? All right, doing the same. Okay, there was now. The CoreWeave trade is still in the play, as is the Palantir that we kind of, and this guy's still in. And this live trade, we are literally nursing. So this is where 7 DTE would have been better. Of course, that wasn't available to us, right, with ServiceNow. But because we did 2 DTE, taken up down there, just reiterate, right, run it up, and look for a second trade back down to here and scalp, double scalp, right? But because we're protecting our portfolio, or our position of portfolio, protecting our position, Kobe and I at least decided to stay in the trade because this is a protective hedge. We weren't going into it with a scalpist type of mindset. And usually at this time of day, I don't like to do intra-range scalps because they burns you real badly. Yeah, I heard that came through. Thanks, Kobe. It's just a whole lot of noise back and forth, up and down. I mean, remember the day, I can't remember the exact announcement, but Vance made an announcement and the market plummeted. 13 minutes to the minute almost. President Trump comes out with the exact opposite news and market takes off. Hot candle. So you don't want to get burnt on moves like that. 13 minutes apart. You take a 0 DTE big position based on what Vance said, and in 13 minutes, Trump says, hey, and it goes exactly the opposite. And guess what? You get wiped out in the trade. So that's why position sizing is so important, guys. I don't like the slow draw. Most action actually is happening in pre-market, Kobe. If you notice with most of the stocks, like typically the pre-market ranges, I've noticed for the last kind of 2 months, probably a little bit longer. Previously it used to be, prior day high, prior day low. I see a lot of intra pre-market action and a lot of testing the ranges on open, and then deciding if it's a breakout or break down, and then just actively trading those. And it's really a trader's market. I'm trying to keep some cash on the side, right, to start building my long-term portfolio on certain stock positions, which I'll obviously share with the community as we go along. Tesla's one of them, I mentioned before. Marvel, start looking at that. Dow, start getting in there again. Okay, this trade is just trading. Let's see what the heat maps is. Okay, so those who are in the Palantir are still happy, right? If you carried runners. I'm still in profit on those puts, believe it or not. Just made it. Should have just. How's that even possible? Okay, that just changed. So we're watching this very carefully. Just watching patterns here because I'm also keeping my eye on possibly taking this trade, right? Because I haven't. Okay, nice candle there. Let's see what happens. Okay, guys, I need to make a quick call. I am keeping my eye on this trade. You can see where the stop loss is. Kobe, you've got the plan of action, the POA. Just going to take this call quick. Hey guys, just remember what we said about SPY, right? At 757, when we hit this line of resistance, right? This golden line of resistance, we're now seeing that pull. We said we would expect it to come down to 750.05. We can see that's where we're headed, right? So take care. Yeah. Trust the charts. 750.05. There's yes, the retest, guys, exactly it. There. Look at the convergence. Top on Palantir, beg your pardon, on Palantir, right? So we literally retested structure, right? Because remember, we broke out of structure here. And I said this morning, we need to retest structure. So where are we now? We're retesting this descending channel, right? The original structure. Remember that golden line that I said it tightened up? Okay. So we've retested. Palantir, my re-entry, if I'm buying again, hopefully you guys can hear me. As an investor or swing trader, I'd be looking down here at the Goldilocks zone, anything below 139. So my buy zone is this area here, 129 to 139. Probably closer down to 130, right? Because we can very easily see another deep red candle back down to 133. So I'll be looking at that very closely from tomorrow, not right now, not today. But yeah, guys, be careful of continuation, right? Those are two very strong bearish engulfing, almost bearish. It's hard to actually call that a bearish engulfing, but if you look at the two of them together, they've literally wiped out those rhino gains. We're right back to rhino, right? So I'm seeing possibly either consolidation here, or we're going to have a pullback, which I think is actually likely, because if you look at the broader market, everything is red, right? Huge sea of red for the most part, especially in the technology, electronics, and technology sectors. So my now trade is still okay. See how it's kind of trading water here for Kobe and I. Oh, there's still a delay. I'll have to speak slower. Okay, guys are with me on the service now. Right, then Palantir. Okay, just keep an eye on it. This could be a hippo. Guys, a hippo down to 139, right? If it comes back into structure. So that's why we were looking at, and I haven't taken this trade. I wanted to, but I haven't. For those of you who did, run it down to 139. Okay, I might jump in and focusing on this trade. You can of course multitask, but let's extend it. cap down is going down, right? Let's see.